Alrighty, Roo, ladies and gentlefish, thank you for joining us once again. We are back doing an art stream. Let's just fix the camera a little. There we go, fixing up all the things. Hey. Hope we're all doing well. Hope everybody is happy. How are we all? First stream as an affiliate, which is awesome. We're going to be doing some art stuff. So yeah, this is what we're doing tonight. Thank you very much for the raid, Cognitive Bard.
You're welcome, buddy.
You're live. We are joined at the moment, very briefly, by Lizzie Bell, by Cognitive Bard, and by Bluebird
Underscore XX.
Underscore XX.
Yeah, but I need to. I have to be able to.
Well, yeah, we're heading off too. We're gonna.
Totally fair.
Bye. Have a good stream.
Bye.
Thanks,
Enjoy
guys.
your shout at the void.
Alright, so we're all alone now. We are going to be doing some arty type stuff. Additionally, this stream is sponsored by Lizzie Bell. It is absolutely sponsored by Lizzie Bell, but it is also a charity stream. Hey! So a lovely human being is working on doing some charity for women's mental health this month, all the way through September. Has raised a lot of money so far, which is awesome. But we want to support that further. So if you have the ability to, please do donate directly to that page. If you want to donate to me over the course of the stream tonight, I will be just donating it through to there. So probably save some steps and just donate it directly. But yeah, so that's the thing. Super important, women's mental health. We do have the Lizzie Bell, who is a mental health professional, but she lacks the spoons to really adequately talk about it. You could just...
I mean, mental health is very important for everyone, but as a woman, historically, women have often had, mental health is hysteria and whatnot. And while it is a lot better today, there is still quite a bit of carryover in the medical professional, in which women tend to be dismissed for their mental health issues a little bit more frequently than they should. Like, they just get told that it's, hormones or, that kind of thing. So it is really important to be focusing on mental health, but also it's really important to talk about mental health because in healthcare, women's mental health issues tend to show up with different symptoms to men. Most research and studies have been done on men. So for the longest time, they didn't think women got things like ADHD and autism because our symptoms are different to those of men. So it's really important that we continue doing research and continue supporting organizations that are looking into this, because mental health is really important. And, sexism in the medical field is shitty.
Sure is. Thank you for helping.
You're welcome. Good night.
All right. So yeah, if you want to, please donate. Go to the link. That would be wonderful. If you can't and you don't have the money, or if you just not feeling it at the moment, sharing the link is also super important. Talking about your mental health or other people's mental health issues, and how they need to be supported, or the ways that they can be supported, tips and hints and tricks and things like that. All of that is super important. Destigmatization is one of the big steps in trying to get mental health services and support for all people to be better, and specifically for women's mental health. So that's the charity. Go and give it a look if you can. That would be awesome. Self-care for all my lovely beans out there. Yeah. You'll also notice for the first time that I have some channel points down there in the chat. Lovely ink wells. So if you fill up your ink wells and want to spend them on some funky things, you can down there. We should probably get started with something interesting. Oh, thanks for the tier 1 subscription, Cognitive Bard. You're the best, buddy. How about we have a blessing from the gods? Oh, I'll have to actually turn the sound alerts on. Give me a sec. Ooh, silly me. Where is it? Browser source, add source, audio alerts. Let's just stick it there. Done. All right. Hey. Blessing from the gods for the start of the stream. Oh, thank you, Cognitive Bard, for gifting Lizzie Bell a tier 1 subscription. Too kind, Cog.
Thank you. Very
Yeah.
appreciated. I would have done it if I wasn't going to bed.
You're the best, guys. Thank you so much for the support. Hugely appreciated. So we're going to be working on this. This is going to be one of the designs that we have for our Spooktober prints. So we're doing a series of prints for Spooktober. We have 2 done so far, which are our 2 pumpkin prints. They're not finished, but we've drawn them out at least, and I put them into I've scanned them into digital form so that we've got something to work with. So there's the first one. Oh, Cog. Buddy. Too kind. Thank you for gifting another sub to Bluebird. So this is the original pumpkin. I'll bring it up so people can see it a little better. Let's do this. This is better. There we go. There we go. Come on. Pro streamer. So this is the original design that we had. And then we thought, what if sexy? And so then we had this lovely pin-up pumpkins design, which I thought was pretty hilarious. And quite a few people have enjoyed. Hey! Much love. I'm still working on my emote. My emotes for peeps. So those will be coming within the next couple of days. I should have them by the end of the week. Have them all finished out. So we'll have all fancy new things. I'm just working through making them myself. So the inkwell is one I did myself. And then there's some other funky things in there. I also have channel points. Have a look through. There's a whole bunch of interesting things that we can do there. So if that's your jam, if that's what you want to do, check them out. The first one there, which is only 10 stream points, so you'll get it on occasion, is show us the artwork, and that basically just means this is too fuzzy at the moment. Please lift it up so we can actually see what you're doing. I'll be trying to do that on occasion, but if I forget to, or if you specifically want to see something at some time, please do let me know, and I'll do that. We are working on the second sort of pin-up print that we're going to work on, and this is based on an old sort of English, Anglo-Saxon, Celtic song called Oak and Ash and Thorn. It's a pretty good song. If you haven't heard it, go and check it out. There's a whole bunch of like folk bands who play various different versions of it. I'm pretty partial to it myself. But the whole idea behind it is around sort of the druidic use of trees and the importance of these trees to those cultures, so my heritage. So we are going to make himbos out of trees, because why not? So we have our lovely oak, we have our ash, and we have our thorn. We are going to make some interesting characters out of these. So I was just starting with a lead pencil, very, very rough design. I came up with this while I was walking Tia earlier today. Tia is just sat on the couch here. Let's see if we can have Tia cam. Tia cam. There she is. Oh, beautiful puppy. She's just having a sleep. Yeah. All right, so we're gonna be working on this. I'm gonna try and rough out some decent designs, and then we'll ink it out, and then I'll get to coloring on another stream. If it isn't too late, it's already 11:11 now. Make a wish, guys. If it doesn't get too late, and we manage to get through inking this, and a decent design, what we might do is do some coloring of our old cards, like these. So this is what I did last stream. I'll do this. That's better. Come on, pro streamer Chris. There you go. Yeah. So we worked on that one last time, and we'll keep working through that. All of this facey do is my war paint. This is what I usually wear when I am attempting something of importance. And the Liptember charity thing, I figured, was more than important enough to have that. So we're gonna start by just roughing out these shapes. You can see the approximate design I've got here. So we've got sort of a more burly figure here, and then we've got someone a little bit more lithe, and then we've got something in between for the third one. Trying to sort of emulate the differences between these. Let's just, there we go. Between these trees. So let's go in and get started on that. Not trying to do anything too serious yet, because we're going to go over these with ink anyway, so it doesn't matter if they're not perfect, they're just going to get rubbed out anyway. But this is just to sort of clean up our designs a little, so that we have a general idea of what's going on. I hope everybody has had a wonderful day, a wonderful evening or morning, whatever it is for you. Please do let me know how you're going. Remember, self-care, it's super important. If you haven't looked after yourself properly today, please go and do so. Get yourself a drink, get yourself something to eat. If you need to take a rest, this is your encouragement, this is your sign to do so. Trying to build the wholesomes around here. So the sort of the idea I had, I was walking the dog, Tia, walking our puppy through our local park, and we have a few different interesting sort of park areas around us, but one in particular has these set of like pretty big trees, like clearly been there a while, and it's a range of different trees all around. So there's like a couple of poplars, and then there's an oak, there's a birch, a couple of pine, and the path kind of walks near and alongside them. So you get a sense of just how big they are next to them as you walk past. And I had this sort of weird idea in my head, because I was trying to think of what I could do for the male pinups in this. I'm going to get a little piece of paper actually, because I am smudging the crap out of this image, and it's going to start to bug me in a second. Also, we haven't put music on yet. We need to go and do that. Oh, Tia's going to bed. Good girl. Yeah, I probably need to stop just smudging this, so I'm gonna... There we go, that's better. I just don't want to cover too much of it up, because you guys still need to be able to see it. Let's get some music going. There we go. Something chill. Turn it up just ever so slightly. Let me know if that is loud enough for everybody. Just want a little bit of background music. Anyway, so there's this kind of like funky set of trees around, and so I'm walking along and then sort of thinking about what I'm going to do, because I had the idea already for sort of one of the pinups that I wanted to do, which is the pumpkin one, and then I've come up with a couple of other ideas for some others that work better sort of as female forms, and then I was kind of being like, okay, yeah, I could do like a dryad-y type thing, because that would come across quite well. I could do a range of different body types based on different trees, and that would sort of be a fun, sort of more inclusive vibe to it. And then as I was thinking and walking past these huge trees, I was like, oh my god, I could just do a series of like pin-up trees, like both male and female. And then as I kept sort of thinking about it, walking past these giant trees, I was like, these would be like the perfect himbo trees. Just like a group of like 3 or 4 giant trees, but just like mostly naked or half naked, just like chilling out. And then like a smaller figure, like a human or humanoid figure, which is this little dude down here, coming up against them and just being like awestruck by these like different giant tree daddies, and what? You wouldn't call a himbo a daddy? Yeah, that's fair. And at that point, Oak and Ash and Thorn started playing on my playlist, and I was like, okay, well, that's a sign. I clearly need to make these. So that's sort of how we got to here. So we've got this kind of like bear character on the left, and then we're gonna have this like lanky boy in the middle, and then the sort of the far side is gonna be like the crafter. So I don't know what his equivalent in the community would be. Clearly not up on the lingo anymore. But yeah, so this is sort of generally the idea I have going with this one. And then we're working on a couple more of these, which will then become prints. And they'll be available in the Etsy store, which is in the description thing down below. So if you're keen to check out any of these, please do go and have a look. They're not there yet because I'm literally still making them. But they should hopefully be there by, if not the end of this week, the end of next week. With the idea that the whole way through October you'll be able to purchase them, and if they do particularly well, I'll just do this again, because I think the camera does a little better with the autofocus when we're not fussing around too much. But yeah, the idea being that the whole way through October they'll be available for Halloween, for Spooktober. and then after that, if they sell particularly well and if people like them, we'll keep them around, and potentially work on some more. We'll definitely be working on more prints, because I want to try and get more of that into my store. I've got a lot of original. I say a lot. I've got a fair amount of original art in there at the moment, which is doing us well. But we could always do with a little bit more, I think. This is a very interesting eclectic mix of music so far. I'm not entirely sure how I feel about it. But it's doing for now. Still working on fixing up that playlist for the stream. Alright, so this is what we got so far. I've cleaned up the example images above. I don't know if it's quite perfect yet. Like that one doesn't work at all, but some of the others are a lot cleaner now. So like the skull and the snake, now you can actually see that it's a skull and a snake properly. That one's not great. Any of the ones that are like really simple line art aren't really doing amazingly. The ones that are a little bit more complex, like the bee, seem to do a little bit better with the whatever program it is that resizes them down. That one's not terrible. But yeah, they're a little janky. So I've tried to just resize them in my image editing program. But I think I need to fuss with them a bit more to make them even smaller again, just so that they come out that size. And then I don't know what we do at that point. I think we might have to scrap some of them because they're just too small to see that much detail, or separate them into like smaller images, just like do close-ups of things, so that there is more of a defined image. I'm not sure what to do about the fact that this one's crotch is going to be right in the center. We do need some kind of covering here, because they do need to maybe we'll go with like a side cape, sort of half skirt thing. Just kind of like working it out as we go along. That was not what I was expecting to play. That's alright. Let's just wiggle this over. There we go. Now you can actually see me a little better as I'm drawing. Lovely Lizzie Bell has left us a little cookie, which is lovely. It's like almost Daft Punky. Don't mind Daft Punk, so. This is all stuff off Epidemic Sounds. You have not heard of them. They are a kind of a streaming platform for music, but they specifically do like copyright release music. So you pay them a small amount of money, and then you can use any of the music on their platform, and you can use it specifically for streaming to various places. So if you are a streamer, they're worth a look into. Found a lot of good music on there. There's a lot of okay music on there as well. But it's pretty easy to find like some good stuff in between. This is sort of not what we're hoping for, I think. So I clicked through to one person and then tried to find some similar stuff. So let's go with, what are we feeling like? I think we're feeling like this tonight. Spooky, scary skeletons. I don't know if I can play that. Yeah, we might put that in the list somewhere at some point and see if we can get away with it. For now, though, we're gonna go with some lo-fi beats. We're gonna do some chill stream, because this is just a relaxed stream. Sort of end of the night, Sunday chill vibes. Do let us know how you're feeling, everybody. So I'm thinking this one's gonna have like a little bit of a toga vibe to it. That kind of like half-dressed sexy look. Because we're trying to do equal opportunity perverts here. Everybody getting a chance to perv. So everybody's got a little bit of something catered to them, hopefully, throughout this. So we've got our pumpkins, which seem to stir something in some folk previously, and now we're gonna try and have our tree boys. This is a weird song. I don't dislike it, but it's a little weird. Gotta says. Alright, so these figures aren't terribly, well, the middle one isn't terribly dynamic at the moment. We're going to have to figure out something for this guy. I don't particularly like what we've got going on at the moment. I think we have this little dude here. Little lantern. So this is like the little human that's come across the group. Let's see if we can see a little better. There you go. Yeah, I don't know about this middle one. He's looking a bit stun mullet at the moment. So don't be afraid, ladies and gentlemen, to make mistakes. I do advocate not rubbing things out, but unfortunately that's fairly untenable most of the time, especially while you're practicing or while you're like working on a new idea. So if you have to, then just do it. But generally speaking, if you can manage it, not rubbing out would be great. It's a little warm in here, so I'm just gonna turn off the heater. There we go. That's a little better. I'm just using 2B pencils. I think really you don't have to be that precious with what kind of pencil you use, as long as it's sharp. That usually helps. A blunt pencil is for shading, sharp pencil is for drawing, generally speaking. But if you can get yourself either a set of pencils is really good, so like a full range of the Bs, or like just something more than just a 2B or just an F is great. And the other thing as well is if you could get a mechanical pencil. Mechanical pencils are great because they tend to be a much finer lead, so you don't have to sharpen them as often. They tend not to break as much as long as you're careful with them. But really, any tool will do the job if you know how to use it properly. That's usually the trick, though, learning how to use it properly, and that's just practice. So we'll try this cookie. Not bad. These are like sugar-free, high-protein cookies. They're not terrible. I don't dislike that. We were worried I might. I'm pretty picky when it comes to these things. I'm a bit of a shit. All right. What other dynamic pose could we put this guy in? Because we need something in between these two. Doesn't really make sense to have a third stump there. I mean, we could go with the like 3 types of tree thing, but I don't think that's what we're looking for. I don't know, I kind of want to make it like even more ridiculous, but I'm just not sure. Based on where the other two are already. Probably should have done some compositional pieces before this, but I sort of wanted to just get it down on paper. I did this as soon as I came home from my walk. I just rough sketched out the idea. Because the other option is we do like a leg coming out here. And having him like, I don't know, up against this one. Like... Sorry, I know you can't see what's in my head yet, so until I actually draw it, you guys probably don't know what I mean. So let's draw it out, and then you can get a sense of what I'm trying to put down. It'd be amazing if you guys did know what was in my head. Not sure that could be a good thing for either of us, but certainly make for an interesting experience. Get all the feet fetishists. With our inclusion of so many feet. That is not a market I'm trying to go into, by the way, just so we're all clear here. In terms of weird commissions that I have gotten in the past, yes, I absolutely have had some folk asking me if I would like to do some risque pieces of characters, partners, etc, etc, etc. Generally speaking, have pretty much just said no on face value. Not that I have anything in particular wrong with it, but just like at the time, I was worried that it would kind of set me up for a very particular arc in my art career, and I was worried that potentially if that became a name that was associated with me, that would then follow me into art making later on. I'm slightly less worried about that now, mainly because, one, tattooing, so it's gonna happen. Yeah, someone's gonna want something ridiculous at some point. I really can't avoid that. And I don't particularly want to. Like, if someone wants to have that on their body, it's their prerogative. And then while I'm not, particularly into drawing that kind of thing for myself, I have no particular issue with the idea of like erotic art and stuff, so I'm not against the idea as such. It's just not something I'm particularly interested in doing a whole lot of. If anybody is into that in particular, and they have the skills to back it up, you can make a lot of money. And if you're not particularly squeamish about things, there are some, let's call them specific communities. There are groups and communities who would pay a lot of money for a decent artist to make pieces of their character or their significant other in various issues, different states of issue, really. Yeah, so if that's your prerogative, go and make your buck. I am drinking vodka and Coke tonight. If you would like to join, you are more than welcome to. Otherwise, I'm just here having a good time. Having a good time. that's the line, not there. So it looks a little bit messy, but there's the idea. I don't know if we then need to bring this guy over slightly. Just because this then becomes a fair amount of dead space, negative space in the center. But that's the plan. I quite like Axie Boy here. He's pretty decently set up. This is just to get a sense of the shading and the structure that we want to do. A little bit of sun. Nothing too serious, just a little bit of general. Looking pretty good. So I like him there. I kind of like this, like, I don't know what to call it, like twink-esque sort of character. Yeah, there we go. That's coming together nicely. Yeah, so the idea I had with these was they're kind of like dryad-esque embodiments of the trees. Not necessarily of like the tree itself, as in like the tree as a whole. Not like all oak trees, but like this one specific tree. Or the spirit that lives in that one particular tree. I've got that aftertaste of what's it called? Erythritol? The artificial sweetener. Not a fan. That's the only problem with that cookie. The aftertaste. Anyway, so that's sort of the idea I had with these. So I think that one works quite well here, and then we've got this sort of Twinkie character here. I think works quite well, just kind of lounging off to this side. And then this last one, what do we do with this last one? This was a digital artwork, this would be super easy. I'd just like select around and move it over one. But it's not, because I don't usually work in digital art. Can, and I will be doing some digital art streams. I did a self-portrait the other day, over the course of a couple of days. And it turned out pretty well. So I will probably be doing some more of that. Oh, there we go. Have his foot come through here. And then maybe we don't have the little dude right here. We have them to one side. That's what we do. That's what we do. Alright, let's rub this out. Kinda liked the little thing we had going, but we'll I just want to tighten the image up just a little. And maybe we... How do we exemplify this slightly? I want to, like, turn the gesture up. Sort of like that. Anyway, let's rub out the rest of this guy. You've got a general gist of where he's going. And clearly this is a dick joke, like, if you haven't got that yet. The bow there is very obviously placed. It is not subtle. And it's not supposed to be. That's kind of the whole point of this. Oh, two of them? This is interesting. Just to show you what I've got. So, like, this thing happening with this kind of like hand over the top, and then like some homoeroticism. Making a mess of this page. That's alright. Close out of this and this so that it doesn't take up my bandwidth. There we go. Still got a fair amount of music playing, that's good. Everything's all happy. Happy days. We got something to wake people up with. I think we're good. I think we'll just keep going. if we do a full, that's what we do. We do like a full leg spread. One knee all the way out to here. And then down in between. That's it. That's it. Really straddling this stump, I think, is the trick. And then the same sort of general gesture that we had before. Might have to move his head slightly. We have him holding onto the bow. And so again on the other side. Terrible anatomy. Come on, artist. You can do better than that. Get rid of the head while we're here. Alright, this entire page is going to be cleaned up as we work through. So I'm trying to think in my mind how, like, that looks from a front-on perspective. Which I guess is kind of just wood arch of arm. Problem is that's like too far away, like that, I guess. It's just sort of an awkward angle. Yeah, because that doesn't look right. That just looks like a lump. But the point is, there's like a hand here. Grasp and a knife. And then for leverage, they would need to come down. It's actually probably angled down slightly, isn't it? That's what it is. It's not straight up. There we go. That's slightly more realistic. Then like, hey. Better. Still a bit messy, but better. This dude needs to be a little bit more round-faced. Wide nose. That's it. That's it. And then this guy's like the sort of ridiculous jaw. Crazy high cheekbones. And then like almost a mullet thing. It's kind of like shaggy hairdo. There we go. That's coming together. Kind of looks like he has a problem. Like super fucking gaunt. But I think that's just if we smudge it back in. Fix this. Rip hands. Drawing hands is notoriously difficult. So do not feel bad. Even people who are professional artists struggle with hands. Hands and feet. They're the worst. If you start with a general shape or structure and then like build in the detail afterwards, it tends to help. But it's always slow going regardless. So just like generally like this. It's sharp enough, that should be able to. No, that's cute. Guess if I get a knife or something, I'd probably cut this. Trying to oh, there we go. I'm trying to shave my smudger. Just because it's building up some gunk at the end. And, if I try and use it on anything coloured now, it's gonna just muddy it. Alright. Show the way. I don't mind that. I don't like this. I think it's the head, but I'm not really sure. I think it's the same problem we had with the last one. It's the last figure, the one in the middle. We've suddenly lost a lot of the expressiveness of the form that we were going with. So I think we just start over. There was something in it that we had that we've lost. So we're going to try again. I like this kind of like splayed thing, but I think just the angle's off. So we'll see what we can do about fixing that up. Alright. So legs. Penis would be there. Hips. Roll back. Trying to think how best to angle this. Because the problem with a lot of figure art is if you just have it face on, they don't look realistic because there's no expression in the figure. So you sort of have to like mess with your angles a bit to try and get it to look real. So So maybe we have him twisted the other way. Oh, that's it. There we go. And then we have... the bow going in the other direction. Let's just draw him out first and then we'll worry about where the bow goes. The bow has to come through here. So it has to be there. And maybe he's holding it from the top instead. Yeah, that might be slightly more interesting. We're just working on something a little bit more dynamic than what we originally had. Yeah, like I said before, don't be afraid to go over things again, or to like change up your original idea, because often, like if something isn't working perfectly the first time, there will be a way to make it good the way you've done it, but it's often easier, as in time-wise or thought-wise, to not worry too much about the exact problem with the structure, and it's sort of better to come in from another direction with it. So this isn't really what I originally thought. What is his arm doing down here? Is it that? Is that that? That's what we want. And then maybe pulling the knife down backwards? No, because it'd be a straight cut. So his arm is actually angled out further. That's what it is. This is why I don't like figure studies. Well, it's why figure studies are important, but it's why I don't like figure drawing in particular. One, I don't have the most amount of practice with it, so it can be difficult to get the realism required for it to look good. And then there's the problem of like appropriate structuring and placement. That'll give us a good side view though, of like arch twisted back. Yeah, that's the way we do it. Okay, and then knife in hand, and like shaving down. Probably by this point a fairly decent roll worth. Thank you very much, Delirium, for the follow. Hope you are having a wonderful day, / night, / morning, / whatever it is for you. Feel free to let us know in the chat how you're going. we're just working on this artwork here. They are supposed to be embodiments of trees, like dryads. We're making a series of works for Spooktober, for October, as a kind of like Halloween thing. And so I'm doing a series of sort of pin-up approximate things, and this is my all-male one. So we're trying to get an interesting structure here without losing too much of the original design. We're having trouble with this figure though, is the problem. The other two are going great. These two are awesome. It's this one that's being a pain in the ass. But we're slowly getting there, so be happy in a second. But yeah, if you're keen to chat, do let us know how things are going. You're doing well? Cool. Yeah, thanks, man. Oh, that's pretty much an assumption. I don't know if you're a man or not, but you can let us know in chat. Gender neutral terms. Always difficult to remember. These people's stream names, you kind of make assumptions based on what their stream name is. You are indeed not. Well, apologies. My dear non-dude friend. Good. Thank you. I'd be worried if it wasn't. Not intend to offend that much. Especially not on a Sunday night, which it is for me. Not sure any of us have the spoons to deal with that, to be honest. So this is looking to be a bit of a mess at the moment. But we are slowly hurtling towards something that approximates a decent image, and once we get there, we're gonna ink it all together and make it prettified. And once it's all pretty and looking significantly better than it currently is, then we're gonna ink over the top of it. And I don't know what we'll do then. We'll either go on with trying to colour it, or we'll move on to one of the other artworks. It's one of the other prints that we're working on for Spooktober. So what brings you to the channel, Delirium? Fan of art in general, or did the thumbnail look interesting? Give us a little bit of a spiel about yourself, if you can. If you're keen to. Otherwise I'll just keep rambling at you. That's not right. Figures. Figures are hard, man. You like to find new artists you haven't seen before. Interesting. Cool. I like that. You probably would not yet have enough channel points for me showcasing my art. There's obviously some stuff going on up there. Let's just do a little bit of this. This is what we've been working on previously. So I make chill streams. Chill streams are good. So I make divination cards. So those are what I've been working on previously, and now we're working on some prints. Because the cards are taking forever. I've got 40 pages of that. Thank you. I've got 40 pages of that working. So it's gonna be a little while before we get to actually fixing up the ones that are on the store. The cards we've already got. We've got 250 of those cards that need fixing up. So it's going to be a bit of a trial to get them all done, I think. It is a lot of editing. It's made worse by the fact that my editing is actually me just redrawing and recoloring them. If I was going in and digitally editing them, it wouldn't be so bad. The problem is that I'm actually going in with markers and retouching up all the colors and then going over them with these Micron pens. Because originally they're all just pencil drawings in the books. Let's see if I've got an example here to show you. Should do. So they start out like this. Actually, there we go. That's better. So they start out like this as sort of like a rough pencil drawings. And now I am printed them out, scanned them through, printed them out. I'm going over them again with markers and then inking them together, and then what we're going to do is digitally lay them over the top of each other, the pencil drawing over the top of the marker drawing, so that we get the color depth of the marker whilst also keeping the detail of the pencil. So I essentially have to do another 250 drawings. Because I'm an idiot and I've decided that that's appropriate. But yeah, it's a lot of work, but we're happy to do it. Well, maybe happy is not the right word. Content to do it? Accepting to do it? Do you make art yourself, Delirium? If you do, feel free to put a link to your whatever in the chat if you have Instagram or whatever platform you choose to post on. I do like showcasing other artists' work, so if you have anything to showcase, feel free to do so. Wonderful. Yeah, go and check it in. I'll have a look at it on the other screen, and if it's appropriate, I might chuck some of it up on the stream. Your socials are sad. You hardly ever post. Yeah, that's fair. I was like that for the longest time. That's a slightly better head. I'm liking that head a little better. Yeah, my socials were quite sad for quite some time. I did a lot of not posting on them. Which is not good. The more you can post on them, the more of a following you can build, and like the more you can showcase your stuff. The big problem I was having was like anytime I would go out and meet new people. This is obviously before the pandemic. I would we drank in bars a lot. I'm a bit of an alcoholic. Yeah. But we would go to bars, and people would ask, "Oh, what do you do?" And I'd be like, "Oh, I'm an artist and a teacher." And they're like, "Oh my god, that's awesome! Like, do you have any stuff?" And I'd be like, well, I have all these great artworks, but they're all at home because I never scan or take pictures of them, and so they just kind of sit in purgatory forever." Oh, good. Cake out of the oven. Oh, now I want cake. How dare. Oh, good. Go and save your cake from a potential Bernie death. All right, this is looking much better. I'm liking that. I don't know if this arm needs to be a little lower. Down like that. No, I'm trying to get the structure of the shoulder right. So like the structure line should be like that, and then down. So really, the arm should start down here. Yeah, that's what it is. That's where the problem is. Again, figure drawing, man. It's just pain in the hole. Why did I subject myself to this? There we go. That's a little better. All right, and then we have our tiny figure down here. There's your Instagram. Okay, let's take a Luke in the book. Artist, collector of curiosities, dreamer of dark waters, other worlds, antiquity, magic, the universe, seeker of authenticity. I like it. Oh, these are fun. Yeah, there's not a lot here, but that's awesome. I'm gonna give you a follow, and then we might chuck this on the screen. Let's hope that this is the right screen. Hey, Fractured Plays, how you doing? Oh, so much love, guys. Thank you. We were just chatting with Delirium. I hope that this is... Actually, what I'll do is... I can make a copy. Thank you for the follow, Mark and Spirit. Thank you for the follow, Megan. Von Vanity. How we doing, guys? How was the stream, Frax? How'd you go? Alright, here we go. So, regardless now, Goliath, thank you very much for the follow. Hey, it's worked. So, is it this screen? It is not. It's the other screen. That's right. No. There we go. So I really like this. This is awesome. Oh, thank you, Fractured. Thank you for subscribing. That's it, for subscribing. Finally affiliate, so we're having a little party. Thank you. I'm loving the detail on this. This is great. Very cool, very cool. And this one. This, like, Lilith. There you go. Yeah, makes sense. Kind of like demonic character. Work in progress, that's good. No, work in progress is awesome. Autumny vibes. I dig it, I dig it. Very cool. And some awesome photography in there as well. That's cool. I love it. Nice work. Alright. Just hit affiliate. Thank you. So keen to throw bits and subs, but you kind of threw the last of yours out. No, all good, man. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh, thank you, Mike Thorne. Thank you for the gift sub. Much appreciated. One more person. All right, so where were we? So we're working through this. A whole bunch of people just turned up, so we're gonna have to like explain what we're doing. We are creating a series of prints for Spooktober. So previously we've made a couple. We did pin-up pumpkins, which I will show you because they're pretty funky, and I like them. And we're gonna color them. We're gonna make them look all pretty like. They're in here somewhere. There we go. Alright, so this is the standard pumpkins. Because, you know, standard. And then we thought, yeah, but what if sexy? And so then you end up with something like this. Because, you know, ridiculousness is funny. And then I was chilling today, going for a walk. Oh, thank you for the tier 1 sub. Most appreciated. You guys are awesome. You're on a lurk, all good. Yeah, you focus on getting that love, man. So, we are working at the moment on these lovely 3 folk. These are supposed to be like dryad-y type. No hype train? Cries in lack of hype train? That's not right. I am very sure I set up hype trainy dues as a thing that you guys could do. Let me just check my settings. Hype train didn't trigger. Give me a sec. Not that one. Create a dashboard. Sentence. Enable hype train. Yep. No, it's all on. I don't know. Twitch has been a bit funny for me past couple of days. Thank you for the follow. Cheap Squid. Yeah, so these are supposed to be like dryad-y type boys. So they're representations of oak, ash, and thorn. Do you have it set to the lowest setting? I don't know. It's just whatever it was on. No, Frax, I'm sorry. Can't help you. Haven't been here long enough. gotta go. But you love the art. All good. Thanks, guys. Yeah, so we're doing this. These are kind of like our sort of male pinup. So this is going to be the all-male pinup. And I was walking through the park with my beautiful puppy daughter, and was like looking at these giant trees, and I was like, okay, but what if giant sexy trees? So that's where we're at. So we're going to do this. We're just roughing out the pencil at the moment, and then we're going to go over with the microns. And if we get time, it's 12:30 now, so we might get some time to color them in. But yeah, we're just working on making this some nice. All good. Well, thank you so much for the raid, man. Super appreciate it. How'd your community stream go? I caught some of it, and then we had to go run to do polls for the lols, which is our ridiculous Sunday poll that we do semi-occasionally, fortnightly. It's not always fortnightly, which is why we say semi-occasionally. So we've just got some chill music going on, having some chill vibes on a Sunday night, just relaxing, vibing. Do let us know if there's anything you would like to see or hear, talk about. I do have some channel pointy stuff. At this point, most of it is just like, you could probably just ask and I'll do it for you. Because no one's gonna have enough channel points, but yeah, we'll see where we are. Ash and Thorn. Alright, so this is our little dude who's come across them. Just as a kind of like scale thing. Yeah. The first thing in my channel points, if anybody is paying that much attention, show us the artwork. I have not set up a stand for my camera yet, so the autofocus on this basically just kills the detail. So if at any point in time you want to see the image a little better, you can just punch that or just say it in chat. Hydrate! Thank you very much for the hydrate, Micah. Micah or Mika? I have met many of both. Well, a couple of both. Another fragile. Alright, alright. Are you just spamming hydrate now? You're trying to drown me, is that what it is? Welcome to Twitch waterboarding. Alright, I'm gonna do it. But now if I have to go pee, it's your fault. And you're gonna have to entertain my stream. How many was that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, I probably should put it up higher. I wanted it to be low though, so that people reminded me to hydrate, because I never do. You had to drink 1.25 liters of Coke in one stream once. That's fair. Well, cheers to that. So, ladies and gentlefolk and others, this stream is actually a charity stream. So we are supporting women's mental health and mental health services. Super important thing, specifically women's mental health, because there is lots of stigma and lots of misunderstandings around things in women's mental health. A lot of the services and a lot of the medical diagnosis are really difficult to get because of assumptions and prejudice. So any way we can support women in working out and working through their mental health is super important, and super important to me and lots of my friends. Another streamer has gone to the effort of doing Liptember for the whole of the September month. So if you can give, that would be wonderful to give to that, to donate to Liptember. Any donations made from this stream or until the next time I stream, so if people donate later, will just be donated straight through to that charity. So it's probably easier just to go straight there if that's what you're planning on doing. The subscriptions are super generous, and thank you so much, everybody. If you have the money, that's a worthier cause than just watching me, to be honest. If you can't and you don't have any money, totally fine. The thing I would say is the way you support if you don't have the money is to share that link. So if you can, share it around. Thanks so much, Frax. You deserve it. First meal of the day, Jesus. Get food into you. Self-care, man. Come on. Alright, thank you so much for the lurk. Super appreciated. Thank you for the raid. You are awesome. Everybody else who is here, I'm sure you're all awesome people as well. Feel free to chat along if you want to chat. If you just want to lurk and listen to me ramble on, that is cool too. We're just gonna keep continuing on with this drawing. For those who don't know me, my name is The New World Artist. Also go by Artist or Captain. My real name is Chris, so you can call me any of those. Residual anorexia is great. Yeah, no, I feel that. Off you go. Very good. Thank you very much. You are awesome. Yeah, see, mental health problems. Very important. Yeah, anyway, so we're working on this. I am a variety streamer. Outside of streaming, I am an artist, as you might be able to tell, and I'm also an educator. I teach high school. I don't really enjoy it, so I'm getting out of there as much as possible. Streamlabs, self-care. Ah, timed. Makes sense. We've been streaming long enough that my self-care has gone off. Let's have a drink for self-care. Yeah, so I teach. I don't particularly enjoy it, but I do teach. My subject areas are art and religion, but I teach a little bit of everything. So that's me in a nutshell. Help, I'm trapped in a nutshell. I think I'm funny sometimes. Yeah, so that's sort of where we're coming from. I'm working my way towards becoming a tattoo artist. And other than that, I don't know really what to tell you. If anybody's keen, do let me know and I can show you some other artworks that I have made on stream recently. Or you can check out the VODs for my art streams. I also play games with friends. We've got a nice little community of friends. There is a Discord if you would like to type in !Discord in the chat. That will give you a link to our Discord. It is not just mine, it is a group of streamers all together. Should also be able to put a cooldown on the hydrate redemption. Yes, I can do that, I believe. To stop people from spamming it. That is actually probably something I should do, so I will put that down on my list of things to fix. Get the other pen. Came in from Frax's raid, just lurking in the background. Thanks, Greenie. Much appreciated. Hydrate, cool down. Yeah, I don't want to slow people down with it too much, because that's the reason why I made it so cheap. But yeah, being able to spam, what was it, 7, 8 of them all at once? Probably not the intention. Just a little. Yeah, anybody who wants to lurk, super cool with that. But if you want to chat, 5 minutes should be good. Yeah. Put it down to like every couple of minutes. But yeah, if you've got a topic that you're particularly interested in that you want to chat about, please do let me know. If you've got any burning questions for me. The Discord, like I said, is run by a few of us streamers. We do a bunch of different stuff. My regular stream schedule is usually Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday evenings from about 8 Australian time, Sydney time. I am not myself in Sydney. I live in a tiny country town. But Eastern Standard Time is my time code. Yeah, we stream about 8:30 there. Usually Tuesday is Pokemon. Wednesday is like a game of some type that I'm interested in at the time. So at the moment it's RimWorld, and then Thursday is our like resource buildy crafty type game, so either Valheim or Minecraft. But, you know, that all changes up, and then we do random art streams throughout the week. So I hope everybody had a wonderful time in Frax's stream. You guys were doing community games, at least for a bit there, I saw. Much as I'd like to pick my brain as a teacher of the humanities, you wouldn't want to disrupt the stream with general malaise of the world. Hey, if you want to, you know, there's probably not a whole lot of other people that are keen to chat at the moment. I know it's not Sunday night for everybody, but Sunday night for a few of us, so... Probably some winding down going on. Sunday morning for you. There you go. So, relaxed. Hopefully relaxed is actually what I should say there. Yeah, if you have any questions, feel free to ask away. I may not have the answer, but I'm super happy to give a go at trying to answer whatever it is that's on your mind. After all, that's kind of my job as a teacher, to sort of answer questions. Which religions do I teach? I teach basically every religion. Within Australia's curriculum, specifically New South Wales curriculum, you have sort of two different streams of religious education. The first one is more of a faith faith-based teaching practice. So it's a particular faith, and then it's teaching about the ritual and the prescription and dogma of that particular group. The law is in Lore, the law of that faith, and how you go about practicing that faith. The second type of teaching that happens is sort of like historical, almost, religion. And so that's looking at lots of different religions and how those religions function within society, and how the adherents of those faiths practice or what they believe. So the first one is coming at it from sort of an internal perspective, someone inside the faith teaching about the faith, and then the second one is someone from outside the faith, usually, teaching about that faith and its comparison to other faiths. That second one is more the kind of teaching I do. I have taught at religious schools where the first type of teaching is a thing that I did, but the majority of it has been from the second type, which is looking at lots of different religions and how they compare to one another and how they function within a society. So you'll look at things like bioethics, what a particular faith thinks about euthanasia or abortion or IVF or vaccines, or you'll look at like holy texts or holy days and things like that. What particular prescriptions or rites or ritual do these faiths prescribe to? What are their beliefs around specific things? One of the interesting ones is things like looking at the Catholic view of transubstantiation and how that differs from various different other Christian beliefs. So it's things like that where you compare and contrast between different religions. So I have taught pretty much every faith that I have an understanding of to varying degrees. I wouldn't say that my knowledge is endless or expansive. I have to do a lot of Googling before lessons, and re-going over texts and textbooks and stuff. But generally the idea is we teach sort of anything that can and should come up. A lot of indigenous religions, a lot of alternative faiths, a lot of the major faiths, kind of the big five as they're called. So that would be the Abrahamic faiths, and then Buddhism and Hinduism. Abrahamic being Judaism, Christianity, and Islam. Yeah, so all of those, but I've taught everything from, like more sort of philosophies, Taoism, Buddhism, to Christianity and Judaism, to Satanism, to Celtic paganism, a little bit of everything here and there. I find the teaching of religion to be a fascinating thing. My issues within teaching, the reason why I don't enjoy teaching, isn't necessarily the subject area as a major issue. I enjoy all of the subjects that I do teach. The problem I often have is kind of the behavior management, the babysitting aspect of teaching. I don't do as well in that. I don't enjoy it as much. Outing all the hypocrites rather than the heretics. Pretty much. It is one of the reasons why I find it so fascinating to teach, because there are a lot of assumptions around faith, and they usually come from people of faith. So Christians usually have pretty deep-seated assumptions about like Islamic people, and the irony there being that the teachings of Islam and the teachings of Christianity are, not exactly identical, but almost identical. They come from pretty much the same tradition, and the text, literally informs one to the other. So there's an interesting sort of overlap of these kinds of things, and some of the deepest seated prejudices are actually not founded on anything other than just the outsider is bad kind of thing. So that's always an interesting one, to sort of challenge people's beliefs. Yeah, that is absolutely one of the great ones to sort of point out to people, especially if they're particularly devout in their faith, because they will get angry about it, pointing out that God and Allah are the same, and that Yahweh, all the same God, that like the Jewish tradition, the Islamic tradition, and the Christian tradition are literally the same thing. They're just reworded versions of the same story with tweaks to like what they focus on, what specific value or metric is being favored at that point as opposed to others. So like the law, L-O-R-E, and then the law, L-A-W, are different and contentious between the traditions, which is why they became different faiths, why they became different traditions. But the stories they teach and the God they worship are exactly the same. There's literally no difference. Even to go as far as Muslims acknowledge that Jesus was a prophet. They acknowledge that he was a person that lived, that was sent by God to deliver the message, and that really like shoots some people's minds off into space a little when you tell them that, because they do not expect that to be the case, and then suddenly it's freaking out and oh my god, blah blah blah, how dare they. Yeah, it's pretty funny. And not like in a malicious way or anything, but like, some people do need some of their deeply seated ideas to be challenged, because if you've never challenged your ideas, how do you know they're right? If you've never had to come up against some kind of challenge or conflict, how can you know what you're talking about or what you think is the correct course of action? And often people find, once they have been challenged, that it isn't. That the idea they had in their head doesn't actually line up to a lot of reality. Alright, so this is where we're at so far. We've marked up this chunky boy on the left. Fun fact, in the first book of the Abrahamic faith, the first translation has a huge mistranslation in. Going from the Hebrew to Latin, the apple wasn't actually an apple. This is correct. There are a few different interpretations behind that. There are also some interpretations that discuss that it wasn't a literal fruit either. So the idea is that it was supposed to mean fruit, and that the fruit of the tree was knowledge. There are suggestions, especially in Jewish traditions, that it was never a fruit at all. That sort of the idea of it is it's more of a conceptual thing, that it doesn't actually have anything to do with fruit, and it's the idea of becoming self-aware and things like that was never supposed to happen, and that it was knowledge that was given, as opposed to a literal thing that was passed from one person to another. Like the eating of the fruit wasn't a literal thing. Yeah, the translation for the word similar to apple. Yeah, the bad egg or the bad apple, the bad seed. And then there's other discussions around the idea of it being a pomegranate or something of that kin, to discuss with the idea of some of the other faiths that were in the area at the time, specifically the Roman and Greek faiths, and their influence, the sort of proto-faiths that become them, which is the things prior to the polytheistic pagan faiths that existed, that those faiths' interpretation of what was good and what was bad, and the life that they provided, made its way over to sort of the sort of Middle Eastern area where Judaism becomes a thing, and develops into this idea of a fruit that is corrupting, that provides knowledge and wisdom, which is a thing in many pagan faiths. A fruit of life, a fruit of wisdom. Yes, likely a fig. Yeah, if you're going by a sort of a literal view or wording, fig is the running idea. There's been some suggestions of banana, though I don't know how or why that would be the case, but that's been some suggestions in the past. There's also some suggestion that it was mushrooms. The idea of like early man interacting with psychotropic fungal mushrooms, providing the basis for our first consciousness, and how psychotropic things. Yeah, bananas don't make sense for the area, but it's a suggestion that's been made, and these kind of psychotropic fruiting things. So mushrooms fruit. That's where you get the mushroom from, and they can grow around the base of trees, as this idea for like building a consciousness or awareness, and that early hominids would have highly regarded these for their kind of a magical essence, that they bring something to the mind that wasn't there, or allow it to sort of bubble to the surface, something that was sort of loosely distilled in, and they believe, through some evidence, though it's pretty tentative at the moment, that a lot of the early Eucharist contained either mushrooms or ergot. Madly Googling the domestication of apples. Yeah. The concept of an apple is not really the same idea of the apple we have today, by even a little bit. Early apple trees and orchards definitely didn't exist in the same capacity. Can still eat them though. They're just much more woody, and tend to be smaller, and from tree to tree, vastly different. What interesting. That last one was pretty good. Let's which one do I want to play? My playlist is just finished. I'll just start from the start. You guys haven't heard most of this, so probably from there. There we go. Christianity is rife with plagiarism of other faiths and mythos. That's where most of Christianity comes from. It is an amalgamation of a series of different faiths. The main one being Judaism, which is also an amalgamation of many different faiths. And not to say that that's wrong, because most faiths are based on something else anyway. Like most of the pagan faiths either shared with each other or sort of came from various different sort of pickings of things around. The idea of the Proto-Indo-European faith as an idea is what most of the European polytheistic faiths were, and many of those turn into the things that Judaism and Christianity take from originally. Yeah, the story of Gilgamesh is a great one. Ishtar, and in Judaism, Lilith, and some of the Kabbalah, and things like that. A lot of that is mixed story, metaphor, and tradition from people before they became Jewish. So while they were still pagan, having these ideas, and then they kind of crystallize and become something else. A lot of the early gods, a lot of the polytheistic gods become either saints, angels, or devils in the Abrahamic texts. Or the various stories around them, because there's a lot of stories around them that aren't in the official texts, canonical, because there's lots of different stories in there, and that's super controversial as well. Apple seeds are the best source of cyanide. Well, they are if you can't get it, synthetically. You can get it from another source. It'd be much easier than trying to get it out of apples. I'll show you where we're up to at the moment. We've got our sitting boy. Well, that's the whole thing. And this is another one of the great ones that I love talking to my students about. The idea of Jesus being born on the 25th is entirely a modern, in the sense of a newer tradition than sort of when Jesus was around, because it was pretty sort of well known at the time that Jesus wasn't born in December at all, but also on the 25th. And that it was made to coincide with a series of pagan holidays. Has nothing to do with Christianity at all. you could listen to this kind of discussion all day. Yeah. It's a good one. There is a pretty good discussion though. You sort of have to take some of it with grains of salt, around the idea of Jesus actually being an amalgamation of like 20 or 30 different other gods, and that if you take out so if you write out the sort of a general synopsis of the Jesus story, and you take out little bits here and there, just like single words. So if you take out like virgin birth from the story, suddenly like 20 other gods fit that description. If you take out 12 disciples, like it's another 5 or 6 gods. If you take out like resurrection, then it's like most of the gods, things like that. Like even down to like born on the 25th, heralded by the coming of a star, visited by wise men, some of it even born of a virgin, dying and rising 3 days later, being called the Anointed One, the Lamb, the King of Kings, the God of Gods. Like all those things are have parallels in polytheistic faiths that came way before Christianity, and way before Judaism. And that is not at all to say that Christianity isn't a valid faith. I think Christians are welcome to their faith, and that's super important. But it's also important to recognize where your faith comes from. Because there are absolutely valid aspects of Christianity. The sort of the values and the stories it teaches are important, and they're applicable to a lot of life and a lot of the problems that we face in society. But it's how far you take any faith. It's how far you take your particular faith, whether that be Christianity, Judaism, Islam, Buddhism, literally anything. If you take it too far and you try and prescribe to others who aren't of your faith, that's when things get a little hairy and dangerous, and you should then start seriously rethinking your life. Similarities with Krishna and Buddha, yeah, absolutely. Crom. Yeah, the Old Testament God, like Yahweh, is it's rough. I also love the discussion of like, oh, there's no other God than my God, and then you read the Old Testament, they make mention to like hundreds of other gods, and specifically like Elohim and like other deities, and that they fight one another, and like some of them win and some of them lose. So clearly they exist as not just like symbols or ideas, but as like actual beings that these people think exist. Yeah, so this is all kind of stuff that I attempt to teach to my students in religious education. We also do a lot of just like generally who believes what kind of thing. But the similarities and differences and where things come from as ideas is a good one. It's also good because like some of these things are pretty contentious. So there's like some commonly held ideas of things, and then there's other stuff that's sort of like still being developed or proposed as ideas for like where stuff has come from, because a lot of the faith discussions are based on texts or interpretations that have been given to us usually by the kind of people who were trying to get rid of whatever it was. So like most of what we understand of Celtic history is based entirely off Roman and Christian writings about Celtic pagans. And both of those groups were hostile to Celtic pagans. So we've lost most of the history of how that tradition actually worked and what the people believed and how they practiced and why they practiced. And we've sort of pieced things together, but a lot of that sort of led to or influenced Christianity as well, and other faiths like Norse pagans influenced Celtic pagans who influenced Norse pagans back and forth. Same with the Roman and the Greek, and then all the way across to the sort of other side of Europe, the sort of Eastern Europe side, and then down through the Middle East, and influenced all of that as well, sort of in this back and forth motion, because there's a lot of trade and stuff going on and people moving and discussing things, but we lose a lot of the story as things get like pushed out through oppression or through mass conversion and things like that. Conversion by the sword was pretty common back in the day, and even still now, which is kind of awful. Many Native American faiths have no god. Instead, you respect the earth, the sky, like they are entities not really to be worshipped but indulged. Yeah, so a lot of indigenous faiths are, a lot of early faiths, any early faith, but mostly indigenous faiths, are animist. They believe in the spirit of things and of people. A lot of it is ancestor worship. A lot of it is nature worship in terms of being at one with space, engaging with space, respecting and giving reverence to space. There are a lot of indigenous groups who specifically worship as well. There's a lot of ritual and rite and interaction around those kinds of things, but there are also groups that don't take it to the worship point. They just leave it at the kind of respect point, which is an important distinction, and an interesting one as well, because it means it's an entirely kind of different faith-based system than what we would usually expect, sort of from any civilization, really, rather than just like specifically an ancient or early civilization. Yeah, I do. We specifically in Australia teach Indigenous faiths, and we teach Australian Indigenous traditions as part of our curriculum. There definitely needs to be more of it, but it is definitely something that we try and teach as much as possible, or at least engage with to a degree, more often than not, because not every school or community teaches the same way, unfortunately. The curriculum is sort of open to allow that, but there is a mandate to teach indigenous spirituality and indigenous traditions, and I always find it really interesting. It's a fascinating subject. A lot of the traditions are really interesting, and they parallel a lot of other faiths, a lot of other cultures and traditions. It's that kind of idea of like there is something to the aspect of being a human and humanity that like most people come up with similar concepts, like the idea of like a dragon or a vampire or sun gods or moon gods or fire, or spirits inhabiting the trees and things like that. These are all concepts that pretty much turn up in every culture at some point, because there's something about being human which engages with these concepts. And so that's really interesting, that we have this kind of unifying idea of what it means to exist and be, and how you should go about acting in that space. That there are certain manners to be had around around engaging with nature and around engaging with ancestors and the places you live. What it means to be human and what it means to be in a civilization and a society, and how that develops. And obviously it changes from culture to culture, but there's a lot of similarities in the overarching sort of idea of it, which is pretty cool. If anybody listening along is getting a little bored of this discussion, please do let us know. You will have to suggest another topic area, otherwise I'm just going to keep rambling on about things like this, because obviously I find it fascinating. So. I also find it really interesting with how these traditions and faiths are interpreted in modern society. Like good examples would be like movies and TV shows or computer games around the idea of like pagan faiths or things like that. God of War is a good example of like a game based on mythology, and it gets some stuff right. It also gets quite a few things not so correct. It sort of twists the narrative here and there, but I think it does so in a relatively appropriate manner, in a way that kind of suggests a story, like a certain way of being, that we otherwise wouldn't necessarily have engaged with, and even if it's not 100% factual, it still provides the basis for an engagement with that story. And then you have other in good faith. Yeah, that's it. Puns are always appreciated on this channel. Pun away. Dad jokes as well. We love it. We love a good dad joke. sidetracking slightly, but yeah, dad jokes and puns. If you've got any, shoot them through. We love them. But yeah, there are also, you know, the terrible versions of all of these stories as well, that come across, not even trying to stay true to the original source material, or intentionally creating versions of it that are just like awful. A lot of the sort of early English Christian missionary writing, and the sort of poetry and story writing around that, is just god awful. But it also very specifically and intentionally paints sort of pagan groups as being these kind of backwards, savage, violent, you know, foolish creatures, almost not human, not man, that once converted to Christianity are suddenly, you know, saved of their wickedness and their brutality, and that's a form of, I don't know, like literary violence that I just cannot abide. It makes me deeply unhappy, things like that existing. The sort of the God of War type things where they kind of twist the truth a little to tell a particular story, but it's still relatively close to what they're talking about, and it's not specifically trying to paint anything in a bad light, is fine, and I kind of I like the idea of them, but yeah, the ones that are just straight up fabrications for the sake of like character assassination, are kind of awful, and there's a lot of them out there. Save them of their gold. Exactly, that's it. It's the exact same idea of going into a country to try and liberate them, and what you're actually doing is liberating them of all of their natural resources. That's a pretty common one these days, from many different countries at the moment, nations. I was going to say nationalities, but that's not right. Words are hard, guys. Yeah, so I understand this is a very different stream to what Frax was doing. I hope everybody is enjoying it so far. I am having a good time. Hope you all are too. Alright, so this is what we've got. I think it came out pretty well. So now we get rid of all the nice shading and stuff that we've done, and then start putting in some color after we've scanned it through to the computer. So what I might do is, yeah, I'll rub all this out and then we'll have a look at it, and then I might do a quick bio break. And then we'll have a look at coloring her in. Oh, it's going to keep doing that, isn't it? If I move too fast. My camera has an auto flip function, and whenever I move too much, the camera freaks out and is like, "Oh my god, what are we doing?" Thank you very much, Onryo-san. How do I say that? Onryo-san. I don't think I'm ever going to be able to get that. Apologies. Maybe you can come on the Discord sometime and let me know. Onryo-san. Okay. Onryo-san. You can tell me if I'm butchering it, and I'll keep trying. This isn't the sturdiest of tables, so you can probably hear things knocking about. I don't know how clean we're actually going to be able to get this page, but that's alright. We can fix some of it up digitally later. Just need to get it into the computer so that I can so the colouring and stuff later. Because I want to do a couple of versions of each print. I want to have one that's a marker version, one that's a pencil version, and one that's a digital version. Because people like different sorts of things. So this is what we got. Kill. Alright, I'm gonna check you on the screen. I hope it works. It does! Beautiful. Alright, I'm going to check you on the screen. I'm going to leave the music running for half a second, just so I can quick go to the bathroom, have a little bio break, and then I'll scan this image in, and then we'll start working on colouring it in. You're off to start your day. Thank you very much. You added to it wonderfully. Thank you so much. Feel free to join us anytime. Your presence was much appreciated. Yeah, we'll be back shortly. Bye, lovely humans. Alrighty, Roo. Ladies and gentlefish, we are back. Oh, hey! Fractured Plays is now our stream boss. Good to know. Finished the last of my alcohol, almost. If you would like to encourage me to have another drink, you can do so. I don't think I have a drink thing in my rewards. A stream points thing. Alright. So, what we're working on now is basically we're going to try and colour this in, make it look pretty. And we're going for this kind of dryad-y type feel. So I've got my billion coloured pencils. Oh. Here, my lovely Prismacolors. So just give you a sense of what we've got here. So we've got these lovely colours here, and then another set underneath, and then another set underneath, and they kind of just keep going. So we've got a billion colours to work with. We're probably actually going to want to work with mostly the greens and the browns here, and then we'll bring in the reds and the blues afterwards. Yeah, these kinds of tanny browns are probably going to be better than those yellow greens. There we go. Right, so I'm going to chuck these down here, if I can, without breaking anything, which is often a concern. Oh, this is precarious. Maybe they go somewhere else. So I need, like, more screens, more tables, just endless amounts of space. Maybe they'll sit on my lap. There we go. That's what that'll happen. That'll be fine. Dig, 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 dig. Cool. Nothing of super importance. Alright, let's get back to this. Let's bring the light back so that you guys can actually see stuff. And I should probably get some reference images now that I'm thinking about it. Hold on. we've got some reference images now. So we can start putting some colour down. So our thorn tree, which is a type of hawthorn, the English thorn, as opposed to like an acacia, is more of a browny green. I might chuck these on the other screen. Oh, that did not work. Let's try again. There we go. Just so I can see them without having to hide this OBS. Cool. So what we're gonna try and do is color these fellas pretty close akin to how their trees look. So we want shaded green top. And then it's got some undertones of like grey and light brown. This might not be the right green for this. True green, it says. I'm not so sure. That's right, it might just be the light. Ostrich. And then its leaves are kind of this, a similar sort of green. We'll start with this. This is a nice base, at least. We can go darker or lighter from here, which is kind of what you want. You want to pick, ideally you pick a light color and work your way back. But I like to pick a middling color and then leave out my highlights. So sort of start mid-range, work my way into the lights, and then work my way back down into the darks. Because it gives you a good color register to balance against. I find a lot of the issue, at least I have, but seemingly most artists seem to have, with like color mapping, that is trying to work out what colors you need to use and where, is that a lot of the color balance that's required, so like trying to balance your lights and darks and your shaded areas, is that you start out with something super light and then your highlights are either too bright, usually because you're starting with something light, so you're trying to balance light against light, or your color like definition is really faint, that you've started light and so you keep doing light, and then once you get to dark, suddenly your light sections are like completely washed out. Hydrate. But that doesn't happen to everybody. So it is definitely not a universal issue. Also, colours are notoriously bad for being like advertised, I guess. Like whenever you have markers or whenever you have coloured pencils or even like tubes of paint, the colour that is on the tube or the pencil or whatever isn't always what is actually on the inside, and then it tends to change based on like what you put it next to, which is basic color theory, and then And then like definition of like how hard you press and things like that can drastically change color. Not drastically, but pretty significantly change color definition, or the hue of it. So it's something to keep in mind that like color and definition can change pretty drastically based on where you're putting your color and how you're putting it down. He is very green at the moment. This is what I was talking about, the washing out of color. So let's go with this. What have we got? Sandbar brown. Yeah, that'll do. Just want something to bring... There we go. Bring some depth back into it. Some definition of color and shape. Otherwise it's all going to get very, very samey. We don't want that. Hope everybody is having a good night, good morning, good day, good whatever it is for you. Hope you're all happy. I'm having a good day. It's almost 2 o'clock now, so well into the night, well into the morning. Digging this music, for sure. Gonna have to build a playlist for streaming, and there's probably gonna be a lot of this kind of stuff on it, just like chill vibes, but like very, very in that like old school jazzy swing, but with like, I don't know what you call it, like electronica mixed in. It's for swing, it's usually like electro swing is what it's called, and I really like that kind of stuff. It makes me unreasonably happy, some of those songs. Very kind of like boppy, dancey mix with that old school vibe. And I really like that. Smudge I am. Am I getting the lingo right, kids? Definitely not a youngin'. Sorry, I've noticed I've got a little bit quieter there. My partner's gone to sleep, and I'm now conscious of trying not to wake her because it's getting late and she's got work in the morning. So if I am too quiet, do let me know, and I will do something about being too quiet. Because I can speak up. We are in separate rooms, so I don't have to be too quiet. I just don't want to overdo it if I don't have to. If everybody's happy with the words. If you're happy with the current level of volume. I can't turn myself up any higher, unfortunately. I can turn the music up or down. So let me know, audio tweaks, if I need them. Don't think I do, but it's always worth asking. Best not to presume these things. So we're going this first one, which is Thorn. It's an English Thorn, so it's kind of like from the Hawthorn family. And they've got these browny green trunks, and it's like almost like mossy build up on the outside, which I'm trying to emulate as best I can here. Without sort of overdoing it color-wise. I'm trying to get that kind of mossy vibe in. And build in a little bit of definition just in the like body shape and the muscle proportion, that kind of stuff. It's coming together nicely. I think this might be that piano might be sampled, or is like just playing a well-known thing, because that's very familiar. I have played this playlist a couple of times, so it might just be that I'm remembering the last time I heard this playlist. But I'm pretty sure that's a it's like sampled from an existing song. Just don't know what. The rest of it definitely isn't. The Alright, he's looking pretty good. I think a little bit of what is this? French grey yellow. That will build out. I think I actually want a little bit of yellow just to blend some of this back and bring in a little bit more light. Because he's getting a little dark. And to balance out the color a little. That's not looking bad though. Kind of looking a little like the Hulk. Just a tad. Hope everybody is doing well. So we're just colouring in these tree stumps. Just generally getting a sense of the colour it's going to be throughout here. Cool grey for the axe, I think. Fill in a bit of the colour here. Yeah, it's coming across pretty well. Alright, so we're gonna move in with our lighter tones, our umber, to try and give this a little bit more definition in here. Working on filling out these stumps a little bit more with some colour, and then we're probably going to come back in on this bow to try and get a full depth of colour out of it. Because at the moment we've got these kind of little scratches. I'll show you. So you can see the little white dots or the holes in between. We just haven't saturated the paper yet with enough of colour. So we need to work on filling that out so that we have a full set of colour laid in there. It's 2 o'clock now, so we're probably going to stream for like another half an hour, and then we'll probably finish up there for the night. And we will raid into someone else. We'll find someone else who's doing some nice art, like us. Hopefully someone who's a little bit more awake. Just so it's slightly more interesting for you guys. But in the meantime, we have Ostara coming up soon on Tuesday. For those who prescribe to the Wheel of the Year, the pagan traditions, those of sort of the Norse tradition will know that this is Ostara coming up. It is the vernal equinox. That is for people in the southern hemisphere, sorry. If you're in the northern hemisphere, I believe it's... let's just double check before I say something stupid. Because it's your autumnal equinox. I know what it is down here. I always forget what it is up there. Yeah, Mabon. That's what I thought it was. Because Samhain is in November. Yeah, I thought it was Mabon. Yeah, so you guys have got Mabon up there. And us guys have got Ostara down here. Which is super exciting. So we're going to be doing some spring cleaning. We're going to have our vigil over the fire. Because we got some things to vigil over, which we haven't done yet, so that's important. And then, in addition to all that, we'll probably be doing some seeing, some card reading. and heralding in the spring, the coming of the dawn, which is nice. Nice to move on to the warmer months. If you get up enough channel points, or if you ask politely enough, I do divination and card reading. I have made my own custom divination cards. There is a great many of them. Some of them are up. There it is. Some of them are up there on occasion. You will see them pass by. If you are so inclined, please do let me know, and I can do card readings. They can be about whatever you like, whatever subject matter you are inclined to have a reading on. I usually just explain the process a little when we're doing it. So if anybody's particularly interested in that, you can organise that with me. If you are watching on the VOD, and or regularly watch on the VOD and so can't join us in chat, then feel free to give me a PM, and we can discuss something. If it's a particularly serious reading, some compensation or whatever. But if it's just a little simple thing, I'm usually happy to give people a freebie here and there, because I don't think information should be hoarded. I'm pretty pro the sharing of knowledge and wisdom as a teacher, I would think. So yeah, if you're keen, let me know. We can organise for something. That's looking good. Next on the agenda, we'll probably start with our ash. Bring up our ash tree. Alright, so this is a more of a mix in between the oak and the thorn. Still got a little bit of that green, sort of mossy color in it, but a lot of the rest of it is this kind of dark brown, and a bit more of the grey colouring, and this really striated pattern. The thorn was sort of little dots, but mostly texture over the top was pretty consistent the whole way through, whereas this is like specifically lines back and forth. Actually, oh no, it's going to show up on the other one. That's right. I was just going to show you an image, but that's all right. We can just can work off this. So we've got our thorn over here, our ash in the middle, and then our oak on the left. Yeah, so we're going to start on our ash, our middle one. I'm going to start first with the sort of toga robe type thing that he's got going on. Just because I think that'll be pretty easy to finish up quickly. Let's get as much of that done as we can, and then move on to colouring in the skin. I'm kind of digging the kind of dryad giant god type thing that we've got going on. I've been watching a playthrough of God of War, and it's giving me those vibes. So I'm digging it. Hope everybody else is as well. Enjoying it. I think we're gonna switch over to the electro stuff, just because. There we go. Just because it might keep me awake a little more. And I do want to try and get a bulk of this done. What's the best way to do this? I think if we come in with the sort of ashy colour to begin with, warm grey. If we come in with the ashy colour first and kind of like put some of this texture down, just to give a sense of where things should go in between, we can then come in between with the other colours that we need to give a stronger definition, and we won't have to like worry about where the grey is supposed to be because it'll already be there. Yeah, this is a little more upbeat, floppy. So I haven't, in a little while. I'm training to become a tattoo artist. At the moment, it's mostly self-taught stuff, which is disappointing. I really want to get an apprenticeship, but there's not many going in my area. There's like 6 tattoo studios, rather, in my area. It's getting tired, I can tell. I'm messing my words. My dyslexia is acting up. But yeah, so there's not a lot of studios in the area. And quite a few of them already have apprentices, which is fine and reasonable, and wonderful for the people who are apprenticing already. Like super props to them. But what it means is I'm having to kind of self-teach at the moment, just design and technique stuff. So I've got a little machine and I'm working on fake skin. I've looked into some online stuff with design and health and safety and all that kind of stuff. So I have some background information, basically, is where I'm going with this conversation. To lead into, I have also been working on tattooing my leg a little. This is not as practice for the apprenticeship, but rather as an entirely separate thing that was around my my faith, my own spiritual practice. I do understand that it's a bit of a no-no in the community. There is some irony in that discussion, being that many of the people who say it's a no-no are self-taught themselves. So it's a bit of a pot-kettle situation. But that's neither here nor there. The important bit is that I haven't done it in a while. Because our house was full of rat shit for the longest time. We had a rat plague, a mouse plague in the area I live. It was quite bad. Like, houses ended up burning down because there were so many mice in there that they were chewing through electric cables, and then just like burning the house down by accident. And like cars exploding for similar reasons and stuff like that. So like it properly bad. But because it was so bad, because there was like so much filth from the mice around, that I couldn't do any of my tattooing for quite a while, because it would just be entirely unsanitary, and I would never be able to. Like, the chance of infection would be stupidly high. I could never risk that, so I just had to not do it for ages. It was super disappointing. But it has sort of left this niggling like issue where I really want to continue working on it, because I've got like a whole leg piece that I'm working on. It's basically like a series of like little runic inscriptions there. I think I have some examples in here actually. I can show you guys. They are like little images about this big, all up my leg. So far it goes from my ankle all the way up to my knee, and I'm hoping to get all the way up to the top of my thigh. I have more of them here somewhere. There we go. And they're pulled from lots of different places, and they mean a whole bunch of different things. This is the newest book, so I've got a lot in the older ones. More than enough to fill my leg, really. Especially at that size, like there we go, like yay big. And so I'm sort of like itching to get back to working on it, because there's like blank spaces that I set up to finish later and haven't gotten back to yet. And it's that thing of like unfinished work, and just like staring at it being like, oh, I want to get to doing it. And I was going to do some this weekend, and then the weekend just got away from me, and we had a lot of other things on. So it was really disappointing that I didn't manage to get anything done with it. So I'm hoping to do some of that this week, but we'll see how we go. I've got a lot of things happening now that I've made it to affiliate. There's quite a few things that I said I would have done for affiliate, and I have not yet. So in trying to stay true to my word, I have a bit of work to do for myself. Which, you know, fair. This is partly a job, so I'm gonna work on it like it is. But it's just that there's a lot still to get done. I have a lot of art projects that run sort of simultaneously, and deciding which one to work on can be a difficult task. Alright, that's looking good. Kind of hard to see there, but yeah, kind of see the textural definition in there. So the leaves are very bright, very vibrant. So we're going to go up here with a couple of these brighter colours. I think we need more of the yellow-green. So we'll swap out palettes in a second. So we can get the yellow-green in. But we just want to add a little bit more of the colours in. What's this? Espresso. Oh yeah, that's what I really colours. That's it. So like, I don't know if you can see very well. It's like it's grey. It's not quite brown, but then when it comes out, it's very brown. Like clearly, it's on the packet. Doesn't exactly match. This is just going back to what I was saying before about like color matching in packaging is a difficult thing, and it often leads to like awkward moments. Especially, I do it all the time with the markers, and I fucking hate it. But I'll pick up a marker based on the color on the top of it, because it's supposed to be like, you know, umber brown or something like that. Like it's something that looks like a lightish brown, and then it comes out like this weird sort of grey orangey red, and I'm like, what the fuck is that color? That's nowhere near what you said it was. And that can like ruin an image if you're not expecting it, because like you go and put a marker down and then it's that color, like it just is that color from now on. It's a great way to ruin an image. So it's frustrating to the nth degree. Alright, so let's fill in some grey at the top here. I'm basically just trying to blend things in now a little bit, push some of this texture back. Not that we don't want it, but just that make it a little consistent. And then we want our darker brown, maybe something a little light. Yeah, that'll do. Just to give a little bit of lightness, a little bit of definition, and then come over the top with something a little bit darker. Oh, no, that's very red. That's not what we wanted at all. But we've started, so we're keeping going. That's right, yeah, might add in some colour that we were needing. We did need some of that brighter colour to balance out some of the dark that we've got. Is that it? That's it. That's the dark we want. There we go. Losing quite a lot of this definition in trying to do this texture pattern. Let's put in a little bit more of this. Right up there we go. That's bringing some of it back. Just a little. This is not the electricing. What on earth is this? Dancey techno something. Autonomic. Ambient electro. Yeah. I don't think that's the vibe we're going for right now. That's a little more it. Q. Go over this again with the marker, just so that it. Yeah, there we go. It just needs a second. Okay, I see what we're doing. That's much better. So, as you can see, like the difference between the definition of here and up here, which is really washed out, versus like going back over it again in ink. So I think that's just what we need to do. We just need to reinforce some of this color definition with a bit of with a bit of marker over the top. But I'm liking the kind of ashy, washed out grey thing. That's what we want. Right, hopefully this autofocus will wake back up. Give you a slightly better look at it. And then we have our oak. That's the ash. There we go, oak tree. Alright, so we've got pretty grey, some dark browns, a little bit of that striation texture. But mostly it's just kind of knotting. More than anything else. And then like a sort of lined pattern. So mostly browns and greys it's looking like. So let's start in the lighter browns, I think. And we can add some grey over the top. I'm thinking. So, another one of the tricks that's pretty important with a lot of textural drawings is to make sure that your lines wrap around the 3D aspects of the figure that you're drawing or coloring. Because the figure itself is going to have sections that warp in 3 dimensions. And if you don't create your pattern in a way that warps with it, it's going to look flat. A lot of this comes sort of weirdly across in things like it's best shown in things like fashion drawings. If you've ever seen fashion design drawings, and if you haven't, you should probably have a look at some of like very simple model work. So what it'll be is like a simple line art drawing of a person, and then the dress will be sort of ornately drawn in, and then the pattern will just be painted or drawn or coloured over the top of it, and it will be a flat pattern as opposed to curving with the body, and it makes the whole thing look, it's sort of that paper doll vibe, very very flat, one dimensional, and it kind of looks a little odd. It's a trope in the sort of the fashion art world, fashion design community. So it gets done a lot, and I think there is probably good reason behind it, being that part of the process is actually creating the pattern for the fabric as well, sometimes. And so you, rather than making it look realistic, you try and show off both the pattern and the design of the dress at the same time, or whatever the clothing might be. So there is some practicality to it, but it makes it look entirely not realistic. So the solution to the not looking realistic part, and something that, you know, artists who work with at least semi-realism need to do, is that you contour. So wherever there is, I'll show an example, wherever there would be a curve in the body, rather than doing a straight line, you curve the line around the contour. So the stomach, for example, rather than doing straight lines up and down, you curve them around either side of where the line is. You can see in this bicep as well, I've done the same thing. Rather than being straight lines up and down, they curve around either side. So on the right hand side they curve to the right, on the left hand side they curve to the left. In the middle there's kind of bulge, and that gives a sense of the actual shape itself bulging or moving. Dubstep in an electro swing playlist. That Epidemic Sounds has some interesting decision making with regard to sound. Let's just move on to the next one. Yeah, that's a little better. Always looking good. Alright, so we want kind of that grey coloration in there as well. More cool grey? Yeah, that's more of a cool grey. I've got a couple of reference images on the other computer, the other screen, rather, at the moment. And so that's what I'm basing my things off. They're just standard Google search of the tree in general, the type of tree. We do have quite a lot of these trees actually nearby, and groves and stuff around the house, as in like around my area, not around my house specifically. So I do see quite a few of these. There's a lot of birch trees out where we live, and I love birch. Birch is a beautiful tree. That makes me very happy. Just a random little factoid there. It's not super important, but I like that they're volunteering. It makes me happy. So you get subjected to that. My stream, after all. Anyway, I'm assuming most people at the moment are either lurking or are listening on the VOD, which is why no one's chatting in the chat. And that's fine. I hope everybody is having a good night. I'm having a good time, just fixing these up and colouring in. What's the time? 2:37. Well, I'm running a little late, but I think that's fine. I'm not specifically trying to beat anything, I just want to get as much of this done as I can. It's that thing of like feeling accomplishment when something's done. I'd much rather go to bed a little later and have the thing be finished than go to bed early and have to do it again the next day. Because you just sometimes don't feel in the art mood, and then the thing sits there for days, weeks, months, until you finally get around to doing it. And that can be more detrimental to your mental health, I think. Just like sitting there with something that needs doing but isn't being done. Yeah, that can be hard. Still think this needs a little bit more brown mixed in. That's it. That's what it was missing. It's just a little too green. Like, it made sense visually, but there was just something missing. Getting there. Alright, swap the palettes out. So we have this lovely yellow green. And I think we've got red under here. Don't think we really need the red. What else have we got? Blues and purples. Probably don't need the blues or purples. Do we want the yellow? I think we do actually want the yellow. So what I might do is bring this up to the top. And just mess with the order entirely. 3 down. 1 down. Beautiful. Alright, so we've got yellow now, so we can do what I was planning on doing all along. Having this low a little. this little lantern-y thing down here. There you go. Lovely. And then, yeah, this has got this kind of like a bit of yellow green in there, and then some of this brighter green, I think. That's it. What's with these things? There you go. Razzmatazz. That's what we prefer. Something a little bit more. Maybe. Alright, so bright green, a little bit more yellow in the oak. Just colouring in the beard. And dark. Oh. Use the crap out of this one. There we go. And then we've got this green on the oak, but it's a pretty light one. So I'm hoping this kind of like... What is this? Chartreuse. Yeah. Chartreuse will probably be... Oh yeah, that's perfect. This kind of like yellowy green. It kind of like adds a little bit of vibrancy, not like too much, and not too much green, but just enough to like pop the brown sections. Hey, hey. And then we go back in and add a little bit more of that brown through. That's it. Bring it all back a little. Darken the under sections. Anywhere where our shadow is. Either side, like that. Good. It's looking much better, much better. just using my blending tool to smudge the pigment into the page a little bit more, just to fill in some more of those like white gaps, because we want to try and get rid of as much of that on the page as possible. And some of the areas we can't really go back over without... What was that? Over. We can't really go over too much with more pencils or colour without like just completely killing whatever colour was there. And texture and definition was there already. So we're going to go over it with this and see if we can like blend it back into itself a little. But it's looking good. We're almost done. I just need to add some yellow. Probably this darker yellow. To here. Trying to get rid of. Maybe a bit of blue will help that actually. Or red. I'm trying to get rid of the fluoro. Maybe a little bit of red to it. Just to like brown it out a little. I'm trying to stop it from being too fluoro green. Kind of like it muddies it a bit. That's alright. And then we'll go over it with marker. We'll go over everything with marker, just to clean it up a little. Yeah, so we're going to go over... I'm going to go over all of this again with the Micron, just to get the colour back in, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do with the eyes, and then we're done for the night. And we'll raid someone else. Pass on the love. Almost done, almost there. Hope you have all enjoyed the stream so far. I have had a good time. It has been lovely as always to do some art and to share it with the world, because that is why I stream, to share my art. If anybody has anyone in particular they would like me to raid into, please do let me know. Otherwise I'm just going to look for either someone I already know who's streaming, or someone else who's doing art like me, that I think is worth a look into. Found a couple of good wholesome eggs, doing some interesting streams. So. Extra marker is helping Blanche. Pulling that definition back out. That's exactly what it needed. Hey, hey. It's almost like an artist or something. Not to toot my own horn or anything. So if you stick around with the channel, and you have been here for any length of time, or if you stay in the future, you'll notice I am often surprised at how my art turns out and how good I am at art. Which should not be a surprise to me, because I went to university to study art, and I've been an artist for a very long time now. And like, art is hard. Like, it's not an easy thing to do, and it takes lots and lots of practice. That's literally the only way you can get good at art, is via practice. The more you do it, the better you get. No one's born a great artist, but it is always interesting that like there is a pretty common element of artists being like, yeah, my art shit, and then like making it and being like, oh, actually it looks alright today. Just because we don't give ourselves the credit or credence that we probably deserve a fair bit, myself included. But once I make it, I can recognize that it's at least half decent. Again, they're me playing down. It is good art. I know it is good art. It's also a little bit of that tall poppy syndrome issue that we have. Here in Australia. If anybody doesn't know what tall poppy syndrome is, it's essentially when you feel like you can't show yourself to be competent in something because you're afraid that sticking your head out. Ugh, this marker is running out. Okay, we're going to have to go to the thicker one and hope that it doesn't ruin it. We'll just be feather touch, feather touch. Yeah, the idea being that like, if you stick your head out, if you become a tall poppy, you're the first to get cut or harvested. It's a big problem in Australian culture that sort of favours the underdog or the battler, or the hard done by kind of fella. And it can be a big problem because it means that people who are accomplished or have worked hard to get something feel like they have to downplay their accomplishments. Or that people don't try as hard because they feel like they're going to be, ridiculed or whatever for trying, which is ridiculous. There is also an element of like the sort of the backside of it, which is that that you'll have someone who is particularly talented, and like very obviously so, and they'll downplay the accomplishment because they don't want to be the tall poppy, and then that puts off other people because they're like, oh, this other person like didn't even need to try, like they're making out like it's not a big deal, like it's not that great, and look how awesome it is. How will I ever even begin to make something that good? And that can be super demoralizing for people. It can be super off-putting for people if they think that the barrier to entry is like, you've just got to be naturally talented at something, or that like everybody else possesses a thing that you are just never going to possess, and that can kind of like ruin folk. What on earth is this? No, thank you. I really need to actually like make a solid playlist that I can just put on so that I don't have to keep like skipping things. This is basically just like picking one of their playlists based on like search terms, and it definitely doesn't do the job. I mean, it does that I don't have to worry about it too much, but like I'm definitely having to skip songs because they're not the vibe that we're looking for. That said, I will make a playlist and then be like, oh, that's not the vibe I'm feeling right now, and skip the song anyway, so you can't win. Sorry, I am now concentrating whilst tired. So we're getting to the point of the night where I can't talk as much whilst doing things because I've got to pay attention to what I'm doing. I have to turn the lights down so that I can hear better, or I have to turn the sound off so that I can focus on the lines. You ever had that? I've been in like a super stressful situation in the car, and you've turned the radio off so that you can see better. Yeah, that's sort of where we're at in the night, which is ridiculous. That's the thing, but humans. This is just straight up old timey. There's not even a semblance of what we were playing before in there. Traditional jets, that'd be why. This is very Caravan Palace. That's what we're looking for. It's a vibe I'm feeling tonight. If you haven't heard their stuff, you should go and check them out. They're pretty good. Very reminiscent of this kind of stuff. Happy with this, happy with this. Is that everything inked out? I think the only thing I wanted to do means I will need these pencils again. Oh, damn it. Reaching. Got him. Yellow. So I'm going to try and give him a bit of an eye flash. Some colour in the eye. Start with the duck. That is the trick. And then we want a little bit of the dark one. On the side? Isn't. Under here. That's the right. Oh, it's all the way at the bottom. God damn it. Oh, there we go. just to fill in this gap. Ooh, Julio. Alright, just finish. Yeah, this. Hey, we're done. So we'll probably put something in the background and fill out the sort of base space at the moment, but this is what we've got so far. And I'm kind of digging it. Alright, so we're going to take a picture, put it on Instagram, do all the usual things, and then we'll raid out to someone else. And let's not take a picture of the roof. There we go. Okay. Actually, we'll leave this up here while we find someone to raid. Raid Shady Lady. Hope everybody has had a wonderful evening and has enjoyed our lovely stream here. Thank you very much, everybody, for joining us. You're all awesome. No one doing art, which is what I was hoping. I'm just gonna mute our background and music just to make sure that the person we're raiding into is someone that we actually want to raid into. because I have not listened to this person before. So just give me half a second. I will keep talking to you while we look at a couple of options here. Alright, we have found someone. This lovely bean is doing some art stuff. So I hope everybody enjoys their stuff. Thank you very much for joining us. You're awesome. We will catch you probably Tuesday will be the next time we'll catch you, because I think we're busy tomorrow. But we'll see. I'll let everybody know if we're going to be doing anything on the Tuesday, just because it is Ostara, so we'll be doing Ostara things. But I do still want to try and stream as well, so we'll see how we go. Anyway, thank you all for joining us. You are lovely, awesome friends. Let's just end with a self-care, because super important. Alright, thank you very much. Bye-bye.